Down on Hoover.
Hmm?
Serve the rice and stuff up by the Hoover.
All right, okay.
On the headset, and they'll both be your right.
Awesome. Shit.
What?
Got my bot. Mini slow mode.
No, did you say Godot?
Yeah.
It's so hard.
Yeah, that's what I had, but it's apparently not. Go and reload.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, no, that's what I had to do. It was like,
Okay.
the whole fucking stream's already fucking started wrong, but it's fine.
And there's your micro.
Yeah, you already said hello before that.
Yeah.
Hatch, lie down.
Wired.
It should be. Hello and good morning, everyone. My name is Sebastian. Just check it. Just click on it. I think it is. It looks like it has cable. Yeah. But it should be fine. Hi. Sorry. Just checking Amazon there. Hello, good morning, Veronica. Nice to see you. We are back in Linux, of course, but we're going to be doing game programming again. Let me go and organize my windows a little bit. Okay, stream elements. That was a. It's fine. It's fine. Anyways, we are. We're working on Dodge the Minions, and I believe if I was to say workspace repos Dodge the Minions, we have a bit of git status. We have a slight change there, but let me actually go and pull up Godot and see if we're working. I did fix this last night. It was I can't remember. I think it was actually just a Godot restart that I needed. That's why it wasn't starting. But we will see. Come here. So we have, and so let's actually go through the lesson that we were working on, which is essentially at the moment the main game scene, and we should be spawning mobs as well as being able to move our character. However, I must have fucky wuckied something somewhere. Let's go and do a build. And do we have the character still like wobbling about? And yes, we have a Gru going up and down and left and right. Okay, cool. So that's something. Let me go and stop you. Right. Let's go through again what I maybe did wrong in the enemy. Okay, let's just have a look here. Right. So here's the actual mob. And it should be a rigid body 2D indeed, and it has an animated sprite, a collision shape, and a visible on-screen notifier. This isn't hooked up yet. So you're grouped, but you're complaining because size changes to rigid body 2D will be overridden by the physics engine when running. Change the size in children collision shapes instead. So first off, inspector. The gravity scale is set to 0. And the mask is unchecked on group 1. And then we have the animated sprite. That part may or may not be working. Let's say, yeah, if I go and hit play, we see the little minion doing things. Maybe. I'm just realizing that maybe part of our code is failing because we haven't actually provided more than one animation sprite sequence. So at the moment we only have the walk sequence. Maybe I need to go and make another.
I'm not used to another walk. Yes.
Yeah. That all sorted.
Yep, £36 a year for his chip.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we don't have to worry about it until
I
next
thought
year.
that was already done. Okay.
No, I hadn't paid it.
All right. So yeah, we're gonna need to make new assets. I guess. Let me Libra Sprite, because I do like working with that. If I'm being honest, it sort of seems to work quite well for me. And why not open the minion one, for example? Yeah, just it's not an animation. Don't worry about that part. We're doing that ourselves. Maybe I'll just make his eyes, you know, the ones from I think Kevin is the one with a single
Yeah.
eye. So why not overwrite all this in yellow? Ding 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 ding.
Bob.
Or is it Bob? I can never remember. But now if I go and oh shoot.
Oh, it's not Bob.
I guess, but I want you somewhere here in the middle, and then we'll just make the rest yellow again. Ding. Oh wait,
Stuart.
is it Stuart? Okay,
It's Stuart.
Stuart is the one a single eyed. Right, there we have a minion 2. Well, it's what was his name again?
Stuart.
Stuart. Okay, we'll save it exactly as that.
Kevin is a tall one and Bob's a small one.
Stuart 1. Okay, and I think I'm just gonna be very lazy here, and I say lazy, but we're just gonna flip the image horizontally and save that as our minion Stuart 2. Right, go and open minion steward 1 again. Just make sure. Yes. Okay, so number 1, export. Pinga. We need a PNG format. So steward 1. And if I go and say export minion steward 2 also as Pinga and say okay, and then we can probably say, hey, thank you very much, Lee. And we will make a new animation here. We'll call this steward. Right, because he then has we do need the assets in this here folder, so workspace MC, go into media assets, dodge the minions, go into repos and dodge the minions assets, author assets. Where is steward PNG? There's the 2 stewards. And there we have them. Yep. So now we have 2 different animation, 2 different animations in our animation sprite type, and maybe that should then work better. Okay, I think I did this slightly wrong. Where is... Yeah, this scale was applied to the wrong body. I need to actually do that on the animated sprite and change its transform to be 2x. Hopefully that's big enough. We'll see. There's a collision shape transform. Oh, there is no actual collision shape. So let me make another capsule shape. Something like that will probably do, right? Go and save this. Let's build it. Okay, still no spawn. No, still no spawning of enemies. Okay. Attach. Okay, so apparently the mob script wasn't attached. Is that right? Then that would make sense. Nope, still nothing. Oh yes, yes, we have minions. We have minions on the screen spawning, and we have to dodge them or we disappear and the game is over. They're terrible minions. They look absolutely horrific, but they work for us. That's all they need to do. What are you laughing at? I know it's terrible looking, but it's working.
So it's quite funny.
Yeah, funny. Yeah, I
Good.
Hey, Kunal, what do you mean by building logic when starting a project? Walk me through what's your thing you're trying to do?
How do you?
Because the logic comes later. You need to think about what your program wants to do first, right? And a lot of that depends on Do you want to make a game? Are you just programming a say a calculator in on the command line? But realistically, the way I normally start off with in any programming language is make hello world. Then I go and ask it, okay, now that I've got a hello world, can I get input from that hello world? Can I get the user to give me their name? And I then respond with hello user, with that response from them. Like, start with simple things. Just try and get user input. Logic comes later. The logic is when you then make decisions about certain states in your game or in your program. But realistically, start with the simple things. Try and get some output, get some input.
Idea.
And maybe you start with an idea of what you want to do. Like, as I say, like one of my fun at the beginning projects, and we can actually look at that right quick. This is how I learned programming on stream, quite literally. I was basically making where is it? A calculator. Okay, so if I go and make run. Oh. So Nico, return of investment, right? You're already basically saying, okay, you need to invest something to get something back. I don't prescribe to that idea. Everything we've done here has been done without the help of a single book. It was all online resources, documentation, API documentation, no AI, but you don't necessarily need a physical book, right? But we can say, for example, here, we make a math formula, -2 times, I don't know, like it was this 9, that's 6 -2 is 4 times 9, it's 36 should be the result. No, apparently not. Maybe because -2, I probably mathed that wrong, but this is essentially how I started. Literally just make something that takes user input and returns that output, maybe reorganizes that output. So what we've done here, for example, is we've took our infix order. This is how I represent the math as a human normally. We tokenize it. We basically go through, okay, what kind of tokens do we see? What kind of characters? There's parentheses, there's additions, there's numbers. But for a computer to really deal with it a bit easier, you do what's called postfix. You reorder it also in a completely different mathematical order, and this is what that looks like, where you basically say, hey, go and give me the result of 3 plus 3. Then I think this is there's something not right with my tokenizer. I'm seeing that right now. I think the postfix isn't correctly translated. I was working on that the other day. But the point being, come up with an idea, start with something. And don't worry about the logic. Logic comes, when you actually have a state to make a decision on. Yeah, it's one of the easiest concepts, Nico, and books can be really useful, but I find myself actually being more distracted by then having to go away from my screen, so to speak, from my focus point, look into a book, find that function when I can quite easily just say, hey, where's my browser? Was as a C# generic. Come on. And I literally look into the UI documentation of the language to tell me about this concept. Right? It's right there. I can copy and paste things. I don't have to type out every single line. But saying that, there's absolute value to maybe have a book of your favorite language as a reference. That I can actually see and being useful. Anyways, let's continue. We have basically mob spawning working. Yep. Yeah, that's what I was saying. So we have this working. We are basically now working on the HUD. The heads-up display. Okay, so we'll need a new scene. Okay, and it starts with a canvas layer. Okay. Canvas layer, there we go. Okay, create that. Let's go and save this as just UI or HUD. Right, let me go and rename this, and then this should be automatically HUD scene. Okay. Yes. So we need a label and a button. Actually, we need two labels, a button, and a timer. Okay. Control A. What do we say? Label? Button. And a timer. Score label, then that's the message. Start button. Hello, blah blah. How you doing? A start button, and this is the message timer. Okay. Yes, how is everyone doing, by the way? All I know is I've got coffee, I've got Red Bull, and we're programming. All is good.
Oh, coffee.
Click on the score label and type a number into the text field. Text, no, not mine. Something like this. But oh, you want me to use another different? Yes, all the caffeine maxing, right? You got to min max your caffeine input. So how do you do this? Theme overrides. Theme overrides, okay. And there's a font that we can then refer to a font file. Excuse you. Is it quick load possibly? Yes. Now you want me to use this Solonium font, but I think I'm going to use the font that we brought in just for shits and giggles. We want it quite big as well, apparently. So font size is 64. Wow. Okay. Yeah. I can get behind that size. That's cool. And we do the same for the message and the start button. So that's easy enough. Go and find me theme overrides, fonts. Can we, it's quick load, I guess, right? Baricieto, font size will also make it a 64 for now. We can always resize it if it doesn't really scale or look nice. And that is the message. Press any key. Where's the any key? So, and then the same for the start button. It also wants a theme override. And we'll just quick load our Baricieto font in, probably also go with 64 for now. So we now need to organize our elements here, and the way we're going to do this with the score label is we're going to set its vertical and horizontal alignment to center, right? And the anchor preset There it is. Anchor preset is center top. Okay, cool. The message wants to be center. Center. Auto wrap mode is by word. The transform Y size, isn't it? No, X size. Oops. Well, yeah, it's the width that we need, and it's 480 that you want in there. Okay, that looks already better. And the anchor preset center. Okay. And then the button wants to be start. I think center, I imagine, right? Transform. Oh God. Size X is 200 by 100. Yeah, okay. The anchor preset is going to be bottom center. So this is not our game layout, our UI layout, but I do want, if I can find it, position Y 580. So that brings it up a bit, yeah. And then the message timer has a 2-second timeout, and it is a one-shot timer, okay? So basically pop up the message, wait for 2 seconds, and then make the message disappear again. I think that's how that is supposed to work. Okay, we need a script. Let's attach a script. Oh, false! Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Gifted subs, my goodness, what in the 5 gifted subs, my friend. Dude, seriously, thank you. So yes,
You're welcome.
Oh, that was uniquely funny. I completely got that wrong. I seen files down there. It's like, no, what's happening here? Jeez, Ronnie,
What?
what's wrong with you? 5 gifted subs. Jeez, thank you so much. No, I appreciate that. Good morning, Vietnam. I mean, my username is gone. How are you doing? No, it is not. No, it is not. It is just a normal birth. It is just a normal day. Well, no day with me is normal, to be fair. But woo! I know, right? Jeez. Anyways, we're doing a game. We're making a game, and it's very simplistic looking, but I want to say we have things, as in we have moving objects that we have to dodge. So we have a Gru, and we have minions chasing us, and we need to dodge them, or we disappear and game over. It's a start. It's not pretty, but it doesn't have to be. It just has to work. Right. We need to get a new signal piped into this function here. Whoop. Signal, thank you. And it is called a start game event handler. So it's a public void delegate. Oh, it's the other way around. It's a public delegate void start game event handler. So that's our signal. Then we do a bit of a show message thing. So there's a public void show message. And we even take in a text, so we can pass this into the UI element, and we say, yeah, no, let's do this differently. Let's do this. Guys, you're all amazing. Wow. We do an export, and we will grab ourselves the message as a label. Message, and it needs a getter and a setter, which means we can now go in here and say, hey, yeah, no, that's fine actually. Message dot text is equal to text. Like, literally just grab that from our input to the function. We say message show, and then we fire up the timer. So that means I would like it also exposed to the outside world and say, hey, this is timer, and it's called the message timer. Don't gotta thank me, that's Vonnie did things. And then we just go and there's the message timer dot start, I think, right? Yep. And then we need to actually have an event fired off when that kicks off. So that's show message, then show game over. On message timer timeout, that's what I was looking for. So let me go and do this. Yeah, it's fine. Well, we can keep this in order. So that's the show message. We now make an async. Public void show game over. Why does that need to be an async? So an async function is essentially a function that can run separately from the main process. It's what's called a threading model. So you basically run another thread on the side, do something with it, and await the result coming back. Ooh, hype chest open. Oh, we got a new emote.
Yeah, we did.
Who?
Oh wow.
Nice. Howdy, Sprinter Options. How you doing over there in YouTube? Nice to see you. So first we say show message, and we'll say, hey, it's game over, man. It's game over, man. What?
No.
Yeah, but it is. That is exactly what the message has to say.
You could have said you've not stolen the moon.
Yeah, I could have.
Moon escaped.
Message timer. Okay. Timer dot signal. Oh, signal name dot timeout. Okay. Trying to understand what we're doing here. Yeah, so just to make it clear, we were actually supposed to do this thing here again, make a variable of message timer to then get the node of a timer or call it message timer. Again, I would rather just hand in a reference to this timer as from the export or from the Godot side, and then we can just refer to it every single time we need it without needing to instantiate it every single function. Like it's there. So I get that we basically say we send off a signal, okay, and we're waiting on that result in the background. Like the function will still continue running through this even though we've actually sent off this to signal. This is what an await does. It'll just take the result in once it's available. But so we see, what is to signal? Returns a new signal awaiter, an awaiter configured to complete when the instance source emits the signal specified by the signal parameter. So when the message timer times out, you send a signal. Right, so we don't need this, of course. And then we'll go message.text. Dodge the minions. Oh, Vonnie. Jeez, 10 gifted subs you've done today. Like, what's wrong with you? She is that, and I wouldn't have her any other way. Did you allow that? I couldn't click as fast as
Yes,
that.
I allowed it.
Thank you.
Easy.
You mad at me? Of course you are.
What is it? I was mad at that point.
Yes. What have I done wrong here? Why you say? Oh, this is me, right? This is me being an idiot. It's not a function call. It's a variable declaration. Boom. Yes. Everyone say thank you to Vonnie. Thank you, Vonnie. And then we'll do message. Message. Dot show. What? Yeah, I'm just copying that. Well, not copying, but we'll just add that line as is. It's again this toSignal thing. But what's happening inside that? I have no fucking clue. We get tree. Create timer. Oh, we're making an independent little 1 second timer here. I think that's what I'm seeing here. Create timer of 1.0. Signal name timeout. You use not happy though. Signal tree. Oh, scene tree. That's why. So I think it would be interesting to understand this line. Oh, right. It's literally a one-shot timer that you just set up once, you fire it off. Once it's basically shot off its event, it disappears again, or at least it disappears when the scene gets closed again or refreshed, whatever. But essentially, as opposed to a normal timer, oh god, where were we? Yeah, as opposed to timer, it does not require the instantiation of a node, and so this is why we don't need that message timer node, because we're literally just saying, hey, make a new timer, make it 1 second long, fire it off. And this is like the example here where timer started, then you wait that 1 second and you say timer ended. The timer will be dereferenced after its time elapses, exactly what I was meaning. So then you could keep a reference if we needed to. But yeah, okay, this is literally just us making a single 1 second wait here. Oh, it's all good, blah blah. Hey, you take your time, you do what you need to do. Real life always comes first. I'm just sitting here playing around with random code, right? There's nothing important happening here. But no, it's always nice to have you here, but don't worry about it, okay? Do your thing. So that's a 1 second timeout that basically we send off, and then we. Did I get the start button as a reference? I don't think I did. So no, that will not stand. We do an export of a bouton. Jeez, what's going on today? Anonymous gifter. So thanks for whoever was. Was that you again? But yes, thank you so much for the gifted sub again. My God, guys, you're insane. So many. Yes, yes, you are right, Frosty. You've got that bang on. Button. It's a start button, right? Which needs a getter and a setter, and then we in here say start button show. Yes, you too, blah blah, blah blah, same things. Anytime, anytime. Right, that's straightforward enough. Hmm? And then yeah, so we now do an update score event. So this is public void. It's not even an event. It's literally just a function update score. And all we need to do is just score label. Let me guess. I haven't got a reference to it either. Message. No, I do not. Fine. Export and message. Wait, it's the label. So label. Label score label with get set oops, wrong button. I was meaning to move you up here under the other label. Okay. Yes, go and sort it if you need to, and then update score is essentially score label dot text equals score to string, right? We'll just take our actual score. Oh, right. To string. And that's it. Then we have to they're now basically button events, or sorry, events that we can hook into. So first is private. I can type honestly. On start button pressed. There's one. And no, I just pretend a lot. On message timer timeout.
No problem.
That's fine. You can comment on that. We all know it's true.
Sure.
Start button dot hide. No, not hidden. Hide. We don't want the hidden property. We want to hide it. We want to actually do something with it. And then we're gonna say message dot hide. Right when the message timer has timed out. That makes sense. And once we start hit the start button, it just goes and hides. Also, oh wait, I forgot something. We need to emit a signal. We need to emit a signal to signal name start game. Right, we actually need to go and get that event fired off. Right. We need to go and attach a few events quickly here. So let me signals. So we have the start button, pressed. Pick. Oh, right. Okay. Yes. I need to rebuild first. Otherwise, you won't see those functions that I've just created. And let me guess, I'm coming up to my first break time soon. Yeah, I've got a little bit time. So we pick our on start button pressed, connect that. Then we have a timer on the message timer timeout. We go on message timer timeout. We literally hook that into it, connect. And then we just hold the HUD into main. Okay, so let me go and save the HUD. Then we're gonna jump into main, and it's, I think, just a link where I now pull in the HUD scene. Oh shit! No! It belongs in the museum. No, that belongs not there. No. I'm not getting it out of there. Oh, that sucks. So if I did this, maybe, then yes, the HUD is now underneath. That's what I wanted, and it is directly off of main. That was important as well. And then node tab, collect the HUDs. Start game to the new game function. Okay. Oh, that was definitely wrong. Start game pick. New game. Yeah. So when we hit the start button, we want to actually initiate new game. Right, it's hooked in. Wait, once I say connected is, yep. Okay, and then we just need to update our main script a little bit. All the bitties. Thank you for the bitties. Thank you so much. It's never. Wow, it's a regular party here, guys. Thank you so much. It's never expected, but always appreciated. Honestly. Right, where are we going here? Oh my goodness, my username's gone as well, guys. Jeez. Thank you for the bitties. Bitty. Not now. Bitty.
Betty.
Oh, you guys are insane. Where's new game? Where are we doing the new game stuff things? So first off, ready. Oh, I'm in the wrong bloody game. Where's main? Main CS. Give me this guy, because when we say ready, we are not going to do this. Right? Otherwise, the game would just kick off. And that should hopefully have worked. So we're actually going into new game where. Okay, I need a reference to the HUD. HUD. We'll call it just that. Make a getter, a setter, and then in new game.
Oh, that's not happened.
Has it not?
It hasn't happened.
The second didn't work?
Nope.
Oh god.
First did, but second didn't.
Okay. 2 seconds. Think that should be it now.
Yes.
Cool. So we set the player up, we set the start position. Into its start position, we then fire off the timer. I think before I fire off the timer, I want to then say update score with score, because we are keeping a local reference to that around. So that's the first thing, we update the score, and then had show message get ready. Oh, that wants to be a string, of course. And then in game over, we need to I figure we'll do HUD game show game over, and then when we have the score timeout, we go and HUD update score and pass in our score, because at this point score would have already been increased, right? And then we just pass that in and update the HUD with that. So then now we have a little bit of a problem as well, where essentially if we just keep playing, the minions wouldn't be getting removed, from what I'm understanding. If you play until game over and then start a new game, right, those escapes from the previous game may still be on the screen. Right, okay, so it's sort of the same thing. We're basically not properly emptying them. And this is where we're now using a group is going to come in handy. So this is something what we're going to do in Godot. Oh. Come here, come here, come here, come see me. No, come see me. Pat, come. What are you barking for? I want to see you. Come see me.
He wants to play. Yes.
No. The people want to see you, not hear you. Come see me.
He'll come see you after.
Come here.
Already got him all excited.
He's too excited. He wants to play. He's a collie that is very hyper. Well, normally he jumps up on me all the time, but once he sees that ball, his tiny little brain can not help but think ball, throw the ball. Have you thrown the ball yet? Ball. That's sort of what's going on in his head. Oh, and I forgot to say ball, all the ball. Ball is life, indeed. It is the only life that this dog knows. Yeah, ours is a full border collie with a pedigree, apparently. Not that we actually care. We took him on as a rescue from the family. It's someone in Ronnie's family that was, let's just say, they had relationship problems, then the relationship ended quite messy with him doing things. But anyways, so she was in this position where she just didn't have the time for the dog as well as the 3 kids. And she was actually the one saying, "This is not fair on the dog. You know, let's try and do it right." And so we met him the first time, and we just fell in love with him. And we were absolutely aware that he's going to need a lot of TLC and care and time and patience to sort of get back to a normal state. He's really got an anxiety and separation issues, but it was worth it. It was so worth it seeing him now play and just have fun, and especially with us living in our new place, it's great. But sorry, I easily get sidetracked. We now go in here, we say groups, we make a group called mob, I think, just, yeah, or mobs even, because, yes, Can we not give it a description? No, apparently not. Okay, it's fine. And so basically what this does, and anytime a mob is being instantiated and created, it's automatically a member of this group. Okay, that's going to help us basically find all those objects in code and get rid of them, essentially. That's sort of what this gets at. So we now change the main function a little bit with the new game. And we're going to say basically that, yeah, this is one where we can't pass in a reference. I think right here in the beginning we're going to do this thing of get tree all group, name of our group, mobs, node dot method name q3. That's basically what we're doing. We essentially find all the members of the group mobs, and we call q3 on their members, on those members that we found. Like, that should essentially be it. You want to see me now, Patch? Come see me. No, drop the ball. Come see me.
Patch,
No.
get that cuddles.
Patch.
Get that cuddles.
Oh, no, forget the ball. Ball save it still.
No, get that
Patch.
cuddles.
Yes, boy. Yes, I see you. You're all wet. Is it wet outside? There was patch applied. Yes, let's test. Is it? Oh my goodness. I didn't hear that. Maybe I ignored it purposefully. I don't know yet. Can we build and run? That's what I want to see quickly. So we have UI. Nothing's happening. I hit start, and nothing's happening. Okay, I broke things. I broke things. Is that true? So HUD start button signals pressed on start button pressed. Okay. On start. No, not the start timer. I need the. On start button pressed. I wonder where the. I'm in the wrong fucking file. On start button press. Start button hide and emit signal. Like, why? Okay, gonna have to investigate after the break. And remember, if you like this sort of content, give me a like, a follow, a subscribe, all that good stuff is always appreciated. After the break, we will investigate why game no starting, and then we will continue our tutorial and just work through it, understand Godot a bit better. No. Unity and Unreal are the two engines that are going to be completely out with what we're doing here. A, mostly because I'm on Linux, and B, because those engines just, in my opinion, are too feature bloated. Right? You look at the interface and you don't even know where to start. The other thing that really annoyed me with Unity when I tried it out the other day, and I had this conversation yesterday, it's not a tutorial. They essentially have you downloading an entire game, hit play, and the game's already done. Right? There's no learning there. So it's entirely useless to me to figure out how game engines do things, how these objects come together to build a game. Right? Godot has done a much better job of explaining this, and Unreal just won't work on my machine. That's as simple as it gets. But anyways, with that, I won't be long, 3 to 5 minutes, and then we will continue our adventure. With that, I shan't be long. And with that, I am back. So let's look into why these not working. So we hit the start button. It's linked to this function on start button pressed, right? So if we that's this thing here. We say start button hide. Oh, I know what I forgot. I know exactly what I forgot. If I go and check the HUD itself, it has a few elements that I need to assign. So the message, the score label, the message timer, and the start button. None of those were assigned, so that the code didn't crash actually surprised me, but there wasn't a link between those functions, between those references and the actual object or node that we need to interact with. So may have let's rebuild. Right. We go and check main. There's the HUD that we still need to assign as an element, and that may or should do it now. Thank you, Bonnie. Okay, start, and yes, get ready. And you know, score going up. Minions be dodged. And game over, man. And then it goes back to the starting screen and the minions disappear. I like it. I like it. I like it. Cool. Right, next. So we've basically we're now doing a little bit of making background, some sound effects. Let's go through this as well, so we maybe learn a little bit more. Make what? Use a color rect node. Make it the first node under main so that it will be drawn behind the other nodes. Okay, so we make a new child node, a color rectangle. It needs to live above everyone else, essentially. Okay. Pick a color. Something like that, maybe. And then choose a color you like and select layout, anchor as preset. And then it's a full rect. Okay, that makes sense so far. And this should literally not have changed much at all, like literally just painting that blue. I call it blue anyways. And I realize that that blue is actually maybe not the best color because, you know, the minions are pretty much the same color, so... Ooh. Oh, I like that. I think I like that. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, okay. But yes, I do like this a bit more. Sweet. Sound effects. All right, okay. Okay, so let's do the sound effect thing. It's very quickly done. Can I make Flappy Bird? be worthwhile trying, but I think that my main problem I would have to start with is character, easy enough. You make it bounce on X. It's a 2D game. It's really not that terrible. My biggest problem, I wouldn't know exactly how to go about it to begin with, is the pipes being random and still passable. Hmm. Could be something to try next time round. As another project, I have plans, by the way. There is plans on where we're going with all this. But in itself, it's not a terribly complicated game. I think it'd be interesting to figure out how to do the random pipe placement with enough space left for the Flappy Bird to still go through. Wouldn't know exactly how, and where to do this. Probably easy enough to be Googled or found out. Okay, so we need 2 children here. My Google Foo is sometimes strong, yes. It's what I use really to find anything. Audio stream player 2D. Or just no audio stream player. It doesn't need to be 2D or 3D because it's not going to be a graphical object on our thing, so music, death, and I will just grab the 2 assets we have for that because why not? There is that. If I go repos, dodge the minions, assets, there is house in a forest loop and the game over WAV. So there's our 2 sounds. And I should then be able to say here, quick load. This is the music. Load the death or game over sound in. All audio is automatically imported with the loop setting disabled. If you want the music to loop seamlessly, click on the stream file arrow, select make unique, and then click on the stream file and check the loop box. So on here, click on here, make unique, and then click on the stream file and check the loop box. Right? So the music should now loop, okay? And then we start and stop the music on certain events, so we should just be able to. Game over, man, where is it? Show game over, it's not what I'm needing though, I need the actual. This will be in main, right? Yeah. Game over. I need 2 references for the audio stuff. Audio stream playback, I believe it was, right? Audio stream player. Music. Then get set and do the other one as well. Audio stream player called death. Give it a getter and a setter. I stepped on the cable and pulled on my ear. It's fine. I'm fine.
A headset.
Yeah. This cable is always in the way. I,
What?
I know. So we say music dot stop and def sound play. Yeah. Def play, and that's a one shot, so it'll only play once. And then when we say new game, we start to play the music. Right there, I think is good. So music dot play, and then we want to do. I want to actually do two things there. So what they have us do is to basically take a start game input action and map it to enter. That I can easily do. That's no problem. I also want to do, I think, a quit, like hitting escape for the game to close. Yes, boss. Yes, boss. Coffee, coffee, coffee. Start button, find shortcut property. So we need a new input map, so that comes actually from our Godot thing. Yes, boss. Jeez, okay. Got a stretch in. We project settings, input map. Let's make a new input action. Yeah, we'll just call it start game, and the other action being quit game. And I'm just realizing camel case would be better because I want to. I wasn't done with you. I hit escape. Quit game. So that's close. No, wait. I need you to be taken in a button like enter. Okay, and quit game is going to listen to escape. Okay. In the HUD scene, select the start button and find its shortcut property. So HUD, start button, and what property? Shortcut. Ah, shortcut. Quick load. Oh, we're creating a new shortcut apparently. So like this. Open the events array and add a new array element to it by clicking on array input event size by 0. Add element. And is it this element that I need to? Ah, yes. Input event key? Input event action, apparently. Which one? Create a new input event action. Okay, let me try and add element. Input action. Oh, yeah. I think this is what we're wanting, right? This is the start game action. And that's it. Are you sure that's it? Let's go and build. Actually, I should probably save first. Yeah, the hut wasn't saved, so we need to rebuild again. And then see if it still builds and works. So I hit enter, and yes, indeed. Yep. It's game over, man. Yes. Okay, cool. We go and do this. Now, I would like to understand where I am best off intercepting our input and reacting to it. So, I mean, I could also hook a new event up to it. That might be actually the better solution. No. No, 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 no. We can do it in processing. Just as we process the frame before we do anything, we input action. No, this is not how we did this. That's not how you do this, Sebastian. Player CS, give me just a second here. Input is action press, that's what I was looking for. Is action pressed. Quit game. Oh, needs to be a string. Quit game. And then I don't know, is there like a quit exit tree? What is this? No, no, this is not the right call. Okay, let's Google through this. Nope. And this should be as simple as saying, hey, Godot C# quit application. Like, handling the notification. This is what I need. I'm sure that's exactly what I'm doing here. Or get tree repropagate notification. Scene tree quit should be called after the notification. So we need to send a notification first that we are closing, and then we are actually closing. So it'd be this, and then scene tree dot quit. And that's not a thing. Why is that not a thing? Let's have a look at scene tree quit. So we need to pass in an exit code. But it normally would assume 0 by the looks of it. And this is of the class scene tree, so I'm in the right place. I'm just not doing it. No. Need an object reference to that scene tree. Bless you. It can't be that complicated. Uh, get tree quit. You sure about this? That sounds oh. So this should then... Yes, actually, that's exactly what we want. That's exactly what we want. We want to send a quit notification and then actually quit the thing. Okay, cool. Um, almost tempted to even make a return result. We usually set it to 0, right? And then I can say on quit, that is exactly what we'll be returning. It's that return result. And then we have the ability to actually say, okay, something went wrong, and we can, pass in another error code to indicate, some faulty return. Because usually in Linux, I think Windows does this as well, when you return with 0, you're actually saying everything went good and the program exited exactly as it was supposed to. Any other number, usually positive numbers, actually indicate some sort of error condition, and it is actually entirely up to you to say whether one means program couldn't start and that's why it quit, or whether that was user error. Like, it doesn't matter what the number actually represents. That's entirely up to the author or programmer. But yeah, this could maybe would work for us. So if I now go and do like so, enter, we can move, we have the minions, I hit escape and the game closes. Perfect. Could probably even make it so that be interesting. Let me think about this for a second. I would want to maybe see whether we're playing or not and react differently to those events. Can you somehow... So... Let me... I got .NET, C# done that. So get scene... Get tree, get current scene. Get tree, get current scene, get children. So we want to do this, get tree, get current scene. Because I would then basically wrap this in another if statement. Not if true, so if, and this is now the thing, so get tree dot get current. Oh, it's not even a thing. Get current scene isn't a method of that. Current scene. We can just do that. Scene file path. What is actually the return of that? So basically, if current scene is main, no, it's actually HUD. If we're on the HUD, right, do the quit. Otherwise, don't react to it. We could probably do the game over thing. I would need to do it as a signal, though, I believe. Where was it? Is this here, emit signal, that's what I want, I think. Emit signal, signal name, hit. Is that right? So where's your this is where we now need to learn really how this all works and works together. So here's main. No, is it? Yeah, we just yeah. Why don't we just signal emit the actual hit, like emit signal signal hit? Because this is inside the player, we can't do this from the main. Hmm. Yeah, I think we'll actually just say else. Game over. Probably not the best way of doing this, but I can see that still working. Hello, Silly River. How are you doing? Welcome in. Yes, and everyone in chat. um, we're already on game over, and I definitely did something wrong. Yeah, that's definitely not right. Okay. Oh, well, welcome in and just what would you call it? Kick your shoes off and grab a pew. Oh, yeah. See, I'm gonna be honest. Like, the only Discords I'm a member of are either to do with games, so I can just keep on track or keep on top of any updates that these games may do, and my wife's Discord because it's nice and quiet. Oh, yeah. I've had a funny interaction on Steam a couple of weeks ago as well, where someone called me a boomer. I'm like, what are you even on about? Like, and this was on a review I did about a game. But yeah. The way I've always said, let humans human, and I'm just going to keep myself out of it. Ouch. But yeah,
Not mine.
no, nothing to do with that. But yes, I think we've actually basically made a complete game-ish. Yeah, see, the minute it's like that, I'm like, nah, I'm out of here. Screw you guys, I'm going home. But yes, we have a completed game. Press any key, get ready, and there's the minions we need to dodge. I just won't move. Oh god, maybe I need to move a little. It's game over, man. But yeah, we made 8 points, and hurrah! And I can hit escape, and we are out of here. Sweet. Oh, what film though? I still have it in my collection. Like Spawn is such a good reimagining of a comic. Really well done from like considering the time.
Never seen it.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, I guess. I mean, we've done the thing. And yes, we could push further and see how we would maybe distribute this. I am somewhat curious. Let me try and figure something out quickly. Do we have access to something? No. 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 Okay, let me go and close Godot. I would want to see if we can maybe make a better build system than just using the .NET stuff. I mean, it's not necessary, but it's experimentation. It's for fun. Workspace, repos, dodge the minions. Now, maybe I should also. I know, right? John Leguizamo, what an actor in that role. Like he's done that clown so well. Yep, yep. He actually ate that, by the way.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Ew.
I am realizing we, didn't commit any of this. Like, let's maybe commit this into a repo because I completely buggered this up. As in, we didn't even separate out the areas of concern. We are at the moment on mobs, and I've got everything sort of bunched together. So what I'm going to say is we will stage a bunch of changes. Not the HUD. We'll add the assets for the other minion. Mob scene. Okay, let's finish mobs. Commit that. Excuse you. My typing today is terrible. I know. I mean, the entire CGI was fucking great. And it's not just the cape. It was not just hell. It was how it was all put together. It was really well done. I think, like specifically considering the times. Now I go git checkout main, git merge, feat mob. Okay, then we do git checkout, no, a new branch, feature HUD. Now we're on the HUD branch, and I'm gonna say HUD and additionals finished. Like nothing too exciting here, really. Commit that. Publish that branch. I know the ending was a little bit weird. I know. But you would be actually surprised in what distances dogs will travel to get back to their family. Like there's been cases where literally the family moved, for example, right, hundreds and thousands of miles, and weeks later they would find the dog right at their door. Do you know what I mean? Like animals are really quite smart. More than we give them credit for. No. Dogs can do that too. I've read quite a few stories on that. We've checked out the branch. I pushed this up. Oh no, well, not quite because I had forgot to authenticate my key. Yeah, and then I should be able to say git checkout main. Let's do a git pull quickly. Also git push. origin main, git merge feed HUD, and then we just push this back out. Git push origin main do. Okay, now we are finished basically with this part, more or less. We're go away. Yeah. Now comes the part where I would like to understand if we can go and add the nuke build. I would actually recommend is it on Netflix or on Disney Plus? I can't remember that, but the remake of Cowboy Bebop, they've done really well. Honestly, it felt almost as good as the original, just with the difference it's actually done in English rather than, the Japanese original. But what a series, by the way, I love it. Also, very, very sad bits, like really, like especially the comic version. Like there's some episodes that are really cutting right through. Jeez. Yep. Now, I'm someone that I've actually enjoyed Cowboy Bebop, the original, a lot, and I only watch it in Japanese. I cannot watch it in the English dubbed. So I was really apprehensive when I seen it. I think it was on Disney Plus. I can't honestly remember. As a matter of fact, why don't I just look it up so we have the correct information? Cowboy Bebop streaming service, or like, it's apparently on Netflix. So, no, that's not the right one. I'm now getting confused. That's not this is not the right series. You're on the wrong fucking Cowboy Bebop remake. Yeah, here the 2021 series. So Cowboy Bebop 2021. Let's try that. It's Netflix. Yep, it's Netflix. The one I feel like they haven't got Faye quite right. Well, that's actually not entirely true. They've got our character spot on, but it's a complete different body type, so that's a bit weird because it does sort of rip me out of the immersion a little bit. Like Spike and Jet, super well done and really right down to the character that from the from the original series. But yeah, Faye felt a bit off. However, they're diving a lot more into her story, which I really appreciated, because that was sort of a bit of a what's been happening here? What's happened to Faye? Where's she come from? And like in a lot of regards, I want to say it's just a remake of a lot of the episodes that we know from the comic, just in the real world, and it's good though. To me, it felt good. Anyways, we are done with the Dodge the Minions mini project. Yeah, that's true. But the thing is, they don't mean to be cruel. It's innocence, right? They just speak their mind. Oh, no. Let me now see what happens if I git checkout feed build system. Well, that is correct because I actually haven't made that branch yet. We make it now. Yes. 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 No, that's not going to work. Yes, 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 I understand because we are building against the wrong .NET. Yep, yep. But again, that's an episode they've done so well, or remade so well as well. I can only recommend the series. So I know you would have been modified to add the project into here, right? The actual build project. And then here we have a build CS project, which we need to tell it, we'll go actually .NET 10. Nothing to worry there, don't care. This should be fine. Here's the actual build command. Let's go and clean this up a little bit. Let me do just see what happens if I do a nuke. Oh, ouch. One Piece, wasn't that also remade recently in live action?
Being remade. It's being remade.
No, I'm sure it's been already done. It's already done.
No.
Like I've watched it.
Remade.
Isn't that the comic with the stretchy dude?
I have no idea.
Because then it's already out. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
They're making a One Piece film.
Oh, is that a film that is coming as well? Oh, but yeah, it's not something I could connect to. I didn't even know those were comics until just now, to be fair. And it felt weird. I don't know. It's not something I could easily connect to, like in my mind. You say you've succeeded in compiling this. Have you though? Let's go and have a look through and see what you've actually created. Nothing interesting there. Okay, Silly River, thank you so much for dropping in. Always appreciated. And you enjoy the rest of your day. So that's a. Nah, that was on YouTube. And my username is gone. That wasn't for you. That was on YouTube. So you're making an executable here, like. None of this has to do with our stuff, though. Build CS. Target clean, restore, compile. That's the 3 targets. Do that again. Nuke. I should have probably done nuke clean first. Joey B. Tunes. No, I've never heard of him. Okay. Let me see if I can. What kind of content? Oh god, it's a reaction channel or something like that. Ugh, nah. I can't watch stuff like that.
My son watches stuff like that.
Yeah. Um. Okay, so this is how you would then pass it in a configuration. Okay, which means if we go into build bin, you didn't do it release build. What in the nuke? That's just a temp stuff. Not interested. Yeah, it's only a debug build. Why? I gave you things. Uh, build bin debug runtimes win. No, just in here. And I think if we just go build, see what happens. Yeah, I don't see our game appearing. And that's the whole point of this build thing. Okay. You know what? Quit, git, checkout, main, and we'll just leave that alone for now. Right. What are we going to do now? So we have, finished this part of the tutorial. I really don't want to touch 3D stuff. Like the mathing there is that, I mean that's one part, but there's so many pieces I'm still missing in the 2D world itself that I don't feel it's worthwhile going to explore that particular world until we understood this world. Um, yeah, but we could then basically go through here and have a look at other things. Like, what's maybe something? Okay, my username's gone. Take your time. But what was something we could maybe improve? Maybe a particle system? Mm-hmm. So add a process material to the particles node, go to process material in the inspector panel, click on the box next to material, and from the drop down, select new particle process material. I feel like I want to attach something to the player, just for shits and giggles. Oh, great. The content of this page was not updated yet for 4.6, and maybe outdated. Well, here's hoping. Why is this stuff existing when I've just checked out main? It should not. I probably just did something wrong. You know what? Git reset hard. Build star. and RMRF, REF even in the build directory, kill it. rm.nuke, it's an RF by the way, because it's a directory. And then we need to go and possibly, no, the solution is fine. Okay. But this should just work, right? .NET build. And .NET run. It obviously tell it what to draw on. Oh, well, no, we are already in here. This should be fine. We haven't got a solution different. Unable to proceed with project. Ensure you have a runnable project type. A runnable project type should target a runnable TFM or have output type exa. The current output type is a library. Excuse you? Already? Oh my goodness. What? It doesn't have any output type. Mm. Right, let me just try and find a project file. Okay, that's what I want. So output type, that's what it's actually called. And I just want to make sure we got this right. And then this should be an exe. Build failed. Yeah, so it's not. Oh god, yeah. Should be capital L possibly. So you're now gonna have that previous error again, okay? So you can't just use .NET Build to build this. And the reason I'm asking this question is like, how would you do this in CI/CD? How would you tell Godot I want a packaged game once I've uploaded my code to, let's say, GitHub, and I want the CI/CD pipeline to run through my code, package it up, make a game, make a release? Maybe a question to figure out. Anyways, guys, if you like this sort of content and you want to see more of it, give me a like, a follow, a subscribe. I will be back in 3 to 5. Also, if you have questions, hit me up down on the doobly-doo. That's what it's there for. But yeah, with that, I shan't be long and see you all very soon. And with that, I am back. So, oh, was he? No, I didn't know that. Let me do something maybe like this and see. Do we have a help available? Do you actually output something? Okay. Okay, there's a lot of options. Full screen maximize. This display stuff, don't care. Standalone tools. Right. Okay, so here, export release, export pack, the project data only using a given preset, export patch. I think it would be an export release or export. No, it wouldn't be an export pack because the pack is only the project data. And then it's a PCK or a zip format file, but it's export release that we want to do. So let me fire up Godot again. Get dodge the minions, and we shall need to make an actual. Now I want to call it a release profile. Let me see here, project. And then if we say export, there's no preset at the moment, so let's make one. Let's make one for Linux, and let's make one for Windows. Okay. They are apparently both runnable. Project resources are embedded into the executable. Maybe we don't want that at the moment. No. Also, with it, yeah, export a preset and a path. Using a given preset and output path should match one defined in export presets.config, which I believe we're going to make right now by just having this available. And the output path being, let's make a directory in here. We'll call it build, make a new directory for Win, go one up, make one for Linux, right? Maybe like this, and then we'll call it dodge the minions dot x86 underscore 64. Go and do that, and then for the Windows build, we go one up into Win, and instead of that, we'll call it .exe. No, I don't want the debug symbols included. Export all resources. Sure. We're not going to mess around with encryption. Anything like that. No. We're not going to do any obfuscation. Just, I have no interest in that. But is this saved? Thank you. Export presets. Okay, so if I now go and look at that, export presets, we should have preset one name, Windows Desktop. preset 0 being just Linux. Okay, that's the name of it. What was it? Export release. So export release Linux. Build Linux. That's the output path, not the file, the path. Failed to open build Linux. I'd copy. It's there. The directory is there. You're just not. Oh, I think I was missing a trailing slash. And it's failed again. Failed to open build Linux. Huh? Without that. Because ultimately we've set the path in the profile. It did something. I think I have I exported it now. Let me see here. Build Linux. Yes. There's our full on. There's a game executable, and then in here is essentially the libraries needed for the game. And in the PCK file, if we go and actually maybe call this dodge the minions zip as a copy, right? And we can actually go in here. It's not a zip, but it's something like that. Let me go into build Linux, and then if I say file resources pack, no, what's it called? So file dodge the minions. So you're just seeing data. What if we bin walked it? Extract basically the okay, so this is essentially exactly what's encoded and encoded or contained within this one file. There's essentially a bunch of RIF images. And this is their starting addresses essentially. This is literally all our images encoded in here. There's an SVG, which is the logo. I'm missing the audio. RM extractions. Do that again. Do the bin walk. Yeah, there's RIF data, but they're all images. What is a RIF image? Maybe it's not actually an image. Maybe it's just a container. Resource interchange file format. It's a container format for chunking data. It's not just specifically to images. It is actually for any binary data. Audio, video can be used for arbitrary data. It really doesn't matter what you actually chuck into it. Because, yeah. This is basically the chunk format. This is how you make a riff file. We don't really care too much. I was more interested in seeing where those resources live and how they live. But okay. So this makes sense. Get the extractions folder gone again. We have here now. The question is, will this just launch? And it looks like indeed it just launches and works. Yes. So basically, we have a redistributable game. I want to do the Godot thing again, but do the, oh god, Windows desktop. That will probably need to be in string like this then, because that's the name of the preset.
I lost my streak.
Your Reddit one?
Yeah.
Oh no.
I was about 545 days.
Oh, that sucks.
And I'm back down to 1.
Yeah. So if we now go and check and build, there's an exe. Can we try this? Do we want to go and just try and run this on a VM just for shits and giggles? I think we should. Close you. Okay. We'll just close you for now. And we will go and say virtual box. No, actually, yes, it is. It is. I get confused. We don't need you. Ah, I meant to actually do this. Welcome back. Welcome back. Oh, not good, Nico. Close this and just give ourselves a nice big VirtualBox window. Yeah. I used to actually run a dedicated server from OVH with Proxmox. That was my main platform, and then basically whatever I needed underneath was then a virtual machine or a container. But yes, I've worked enough. I've worked with Proxmox a lot.
Stop.
Oh, I keep forgetting that in Windows you don't need to move windows like that. I need to go and move some data.
No.
That's media assets. Now you need to go into repos. Dodge the minions. Build.
Stop.
I wonder if this will work.
Here. Take it, or you're not playing.
Will you copy V, Control V?
Take it, or you're not.
Yes, I have used Proxmox extensively. I used to have a dedicated server, 32 gigs of RAM with OVH, and that's where I used to run just Proxmox. That was my main instance.
Question on YouTube.
The VM is literally just to test whether the build will just run on Windows. It's because I'm running on Linux. I want to confirm that whatever I build is cross-platform. This is why I build in .NET as well, because it gives me the cross-platform ability straight out of the box. And so it's just a matter of wrapping up the build system in just the way that you can build both. And I just like this idea of having, a build that runs anywhere, except for Mac, because I'm just not getting involved in that. yeah, Microsoft, right? God. Remember, you're getting banned if you use that word on their forums. Microslop. Sorry. I need to go and jump into my Scratch folder here and actually no. I'm an idiot, I think. I think I can just grab it from here. Yes, indeed. Even better. Dodge the minions. There's the build. Here is the win build. I'm going to go and copy it into this folder here. Now I don't know if it's actually going to work because of missing graphics hardware, but we'll see. Oh no, we have a Windows build of our shitty little game. Nice. I love it, man. I love it. So that was actually really no problem at all. Cool. Right. Now comes the next thing. Let me go and grab Godot again. Because I would like to now maybe add a feature to our game that hasn't been explained. Okay. And I figure one of the maybe simpler ones, and I'm probably completely wrong here, but in my thinking, maybe one of the simpler ones would be to attach a particle system to our player. So that when he moves around, you know, he makes nice effects, maybe. GPU particles 2D is what we want. Jeez, there's a whole bunch more there for the 3D stuff. But okay. So we have our GPU particles. Let's see. They probably want they want things. Let's actually maybe read and understand. Particle systems are used to simulate complex physical effects such as sparks, fire, magic particles, smoke, and mist. It's essentially a way of instantiating a single object many times to get like particle effects. Fixed interval, fixed lifetime. During its lifetime, every particle will have the same base behavior. What makes each particle different from the rest and provides more organic look is the randomness. So almost like a cellular automaton, right? If you think about it that way, because cellular automata like Conway's Game of Life or something like that, every single cell works on exactly the same rule set, and the only difference in outcome is the random distribution of these cells being applied. But they all apply exactly the same rule over and over again, and this is what particles do as well. It's literally the same thing, where we just instantiate a bunch of them, each with some sort of randomness inside, which then changes their behavior. But it is not because we have changed the behavior on a per instance basis. It is literally just a product of the randomness that we feed in. Makes sense. And this is basically saying here, yeah, GPU and CPU particles. We obviously want to do this on a GPU because you get more parallelism out of it. And it's almost the same as a CPU particle, except for trail settings, apparently. Okay, not really interesting for us. To add a process material to your particles node, go to the process material in your inspector panel, click on the box next to the material, and from the drop-down select new process material. Apparently that's all we need to do here. So it's a particle process material, and yeah, we have it pooping out little white dots. And then yeah, let's I can see that. We would need to probably make our own little texture for that. It just occurs to me if I wanted to do this right. Do we have the ability to no, GPU particles. Oh, the texture is up here. Okay. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we do need ourselves a new asset. Gonna keep this very simple. Make you a bit bigger. We'll make a new file, and it needs to be 4x4 pixels. 5x5. We'll make it. Nope. 5x5 pixels. With a transparent background, I guess. And then really the idea is to just have a something like this. Just need to color those slightly different. So let's maybe say you go a bit more dark and then you even more so. No. Oh God, I hate this. No, no. Give me. So maybe we'll use this color actually for these guys. And then we go darker. And that's the same color. That's not working. So maybe we'll just use this one then. Maybe. Just something like this, okay? I'm just gonna save as particle.ase. Then we'll do an export of that into .pinga. Right, I hope that is fine. We now need to go and copy that file quickly. Media assets, dodge the minions, author assets, where's the particle there? So repos, dodge minions, assets, particle PNG, copy, thank you. There's the texture, and I'm hoping I can just do this. And it did the thing. It looks maybe a little weird, but it's a different sprite effect. As for flipbooks, we're not really interested. So how do I make, like, what's actually the behavior here? Let's actually maybe look and see what the behavior is as we move the character around. Yeah, not exactly what I had in mind. Not what I had in mind. Trails on. Is that maybe what I want the trail? And we'll definitely need more particles, so let's go with something like 32 particles. Okay, sub-emitter, don't need that, I think we're just emitting them. But basically, just by virtue of us having attached the particle emitter directly to the character, it just follows us. We don't need to do anything special for that. Okay. And then I suppose what would be quite interesting to do, or sensical, I should say. Let's go and grab some scripts. I think I will actually work with the main one first. Whereas extend script, load. And so my thinking is we want to enable that. Okay, so we need the, do we? Yes, player CS. We need to go and do an export of that particle emitter. No, it's not a signal, it's an export. If it's that, and we go up here, export. No, yeah, and then yes, public GPU particles 2D particles, we'll call it, right? And then what we'll say is right. So when we basically have the hit the collision, the first thing we'll probably want to do there is to turn the particles off. But is hide a thing? Hide is a thing. And we yeah. We now show the particles. When we start the player moving around, we show the particles, otherwise we hide them when he dies. And then out of curiosity, so first off music, hadn't assigned those, oops. Save that, player needs, no, not, yeah, GPU particles, where is your, oh, we need to build first. That's on me, that was on me. That's why. GPU particles 2D, okay. And what I would like to maybe see, okay, we'll have gravity, space override, linear damping. Sorry, I need to work with the GPU shape. And I want to do something with it depending on how we move. Lifetime. Collision, base size, drawing. I could, and it's not the C# ain't the problem. C# is easy enough for me to understand. I've done it long enough now to read my way through it. As I say, my biggest problem with Unity right now is the fact that it takes 10 minutes to start up, right, before I've even done anything. And the tutorial that you get provided from them isn't, that's not a tutorial. It's essentially a college course, right? And the worst part about it is that the tutorial itself isn't a tutorial because right in the beginning you have the full game downloaded. You're not learning how to put the pieces together. They give you all the pieces put together, pre-assembled. Here's your game. Now figure out how we made it. That is not a way to approach any tutorial. Like for me, I can't learn with that. I've tried over the weekend, and nothing stuck. Nothing retained as knowledge in my brain because of the way they've structured their tutorials and the sheer amount of information that they overload you with. I mean, let's actually look at this quickly, right? Which really is sort of my if I go and look here, starts off with this asset pack, right? Which is, as I say, the entire game fully pre-made. but actually not what I was looking for. I was looking for the tutorial. This thing. Right? Basically, yeah, sure. You know, make a 2D game. However, this isn't actually where they want you to start. Get started with Unity in editor tutorial, right? That's one other thing. Then you have the Unity Essentials pathway that you have to follow, which is how long is this lesson? Well, how long did I say? About 2 hours. Okay, 2 hours of just getting to know the editor. Then the other beginner game doesn't even say how long it takes, but the structure here, none of this makes sense to me to just get you started. They essentially want you to bootstrap all the knowledge about the game engine right from the start. And it doesn't work like that, okay? Yes, if you have learned game development in college and you've learned programming, you've done all this prerequisite work, I want to call it, right? Then absolutely, you can throw someone in maybe into Unity and say, hey, go and figure it out, go and make it. But for someone that's never programmed, that wants to just maybe learn the basics of game programming, Unity isn't the place to go. I'm going to be honest. At least not for my way of learning. Right? And this is the biggest caveat, and this is the most important caveat. Everyone learns different. You know, you might find yourself looking at this and it clicks and you get everything and it just stays. Good. Keep going. Do that. But, you know, it's the way you learn is very important, I think, in how you retain that knowledge and you apply it in the future, because there's a difference between just memorizing knowledge and making that knowledge applicable. There's a huge difference there. And I just don't, I don't see it. Right, create the assets, download the assets from the asset store, and then literally play the example game. Like, the game is already done. Like, no. Like, I like what Monogame did in the tutorial, where they basically say, hey, this is what the game's going to look like. It's just a GIF, right? And then we're going, let's say, we're actually setting up a naked project. Yes, they have you downloading assets so you don't have to make them yourself, but the important part about these assets is they are just pictures and sounds. There is no code contained within, right? Godot as an engine is just as valid an engine as RPG Maker or Game Maker. It doesn't really matter what tool you use. This is what I'm trying to get at. It doesn't matter whether you use Visual Studio or VS Code or Emacs or Vim, as long as you get code put down into files. As long as it compiles, who cares how you actually made it? And so I don't think, how do I express this? I don't think that being stuck with one engine is the ultimate solution of, yes, now you will make the best games in your life because you've done it in Unity engine. No, it doesn't matter. What really makes the game stand out and click with people is what comes from here, what comes from the feel and the playability of the game. And that you can do without even touching a single game engine. You can literally do that entirely from scratch if you wanted to. Not that I want to. But yeah, so maybe a year down the line, I might do Unity when I actually feel confident in any of this. At the moment, I don't. I'm still trying to figure out very basic things. Like, I have this particle system, and I'm like, I wanted to do something different when I move. How do I even do that? What do I do here? What do I change? What property do I talk to? So this is the number of sections to use for the particle trail rendering. Higher values can result smoother trail curves at the cost of performance due to increased mesh complexity. In the section subdivision used for particle trail rendering, higher values can result in smoother trail curves at the cost of performance. Okay, I have an idea here. Okay, take your time. Why don't we? I'm gonna make a new check because all we're checking here essentially if our velocity is not zero. So if we're not moving, sorry, if we're moving, then pick one of these two animations. What I am thinking. What I'm thinking here is what we're going to do is we're going to check if the velocity is, yeah, sort of like a two-sided check. So now since we're working with a vector in that case, put us in your position as the velocity times the delta. What I want to know, so if velocity, so the velocity is a two-component vector. I would need to check the individual components though. Because I can't, I don't think you would let me do this comparison. No. No, because this is a two vector component and we're only checking one. So I would actually, if velocity x, if it is smaller than 0.5, right? Nope. Or velocity y is the same thing, right? If it is smaller than 0.5, we go and say that particles dot trails trail sections and trail section subdivisions. Yes. So when we're slow, we'll go and set it to these values that are already sort of preset. But trail section subdivisions is equal to 4, and else if grab both velocities, compare them to larger than larger or equal, right? We go particles dot trail sections, and then I think when we're going faster, I want to just double that up. Like, say we're going to go make 16 sections, and we make particles trail section subdivisions equal to 8. Just any sort of change really that just indicates we've done something with our velocity. That's what I want to maybe visualize somehow. So let's build this. All right, let's see what happens. Okay, I don't think it did anything different there. Maybe we'll also change the lifetime for the slower ones. Nope. Particles dot lifetime. Oh wait, it's the trail lifetime. Trail lifetime. It's at the moment 0.3 seconds, so we're gonna set this to like 0.6. Is that a float? Yes, it's a float. Okay. See, I love this in Godot, by the way. Right, I'm gonna say it as it is. You can go over any of these properties and it tells you exactly what type of variable is contained in it. It's beautiful. I can even look at here like something like a texture, and it tells you it's a texture 2D actually as a as a type. Get my language right. So that it's really helpful to sort of determine, hey, are we using the right variable types here? But what else could we maybe do? Oh yeah. We'll go particles amount. We'll go down on that as well. Particles dot amount. We usually set them to say 16, or I think it was originally actually 8. Right? Okay. Yeah. So when we go slow, we only render 8 of these particles, but when we go fast, oh my brain now. We're going to say, hey, go and make us 4 times the amount of particles. And then I will also, because why not, particles dot lifetime. Lifetime at the moment is 0.3 seconds. For the short-lived ones. I'm actually thinking we'll go make these last longer. I would just like to see some sort of visual difference between moving and we can't exactly say fast moving and slow moving except for wait. We can. Here. We're just gonna add another button. We're gonna take another input. So project settings, I want to use shift maybe, right? New action, slow down. We'll give it button shift. Okay. Close. And then basically we're doing these again, but check. No, actually, could make this even easier. I could make this just inside, and we'll say if input action pressed slow down. It's not velocity plus plus, it's velocity plus equals dot x plus equals 0.5 f. So we're just adding half our speed. Else velocity is increased by 1. Nope. Minus minus, that's for the move left. And then for move down, this is velocity y that we need to deal with. And then do the same for the negative velocity y. So minus equals and velocity y minus minus. Yeah, I'm just realizing I should probably do 0.4f as an acceleration because otherwise we would, what you call it, never get into that condition. Right, so build and play. There's no difference in speed when I hold shift. What did I do wrong? If input action is action pressed. Hmm. Oh, I think I'm doing this slightly wrong. Because what's happening here is here's the actual velocity being calculated against some speed. And I think it always ends up being already normalized because of that. Oh, God. So not this. Yeah, go and format those, and then we need to, if velocity length is greater than 0, this is where we need to go and, right, well, what we'll do is we'll do another export here. Public in half speed, that's literally just what we call it, right? It's a getter and a get, set, and we'll set it to 200, like half speed. And then we're gonna say here, velocity is either velocity or times speed, or right if input action is action rest, slow down. If that is pressed, then the velocity is times half speed, right? And else it's times the normal speed. And it's probably not exactly the way to do it, but I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah, because we need to calculate the velocity after. Okay. Yes, I think that was a me. So let's go and do that again. You've already built, nice. And no particles. Well, the half speed is working, but I see no particles. Okay, what I screw up? It's on body entered. So if we start with a particle show, we've had this working. And then you're just changing the amounts of the trails. You're not. Hmm. Did I? So here's our particles. Did we link those in? If we check the player. Yeah, no, it's there. GPU particles. I think instead of showing and hiding, we'll just turn the emitter on and off. Particles dot emit particle false. No? Emits a single particle. No, that's not what we want. Emitting, it's called. And we set it to false, and then that stops the particles from doing stuff. And then if we do this emitting true, oh, maybe that's what we needed to do then. Go and build. No. Hmm. Why? Why? Like, there's nothing here really that indicates it shouldn't work. This should just work. I don't know what we're doing wrong. We have assigned all the objects. Yeah.
It was only me.
Hmm. Wait, is this something that we need to do? Do we need to do the set deferred? Like, are we trying to interact with an object that may not be available at this particular point in time? Set deferred. So this is GPU particles 2D dot property name dot emitting false. Oh. Hmm. Let's see what happens. And still no freaking particles. We had them working, so this is obviously something I fucked up. I'm gonna take this entire block that we made here and comment it out. And we'll do the same here and here. Just want to confirm that the particles are actually working. Wrong bloody window. And there's our particles. See if they behave different now if we do this. And yeah, would you believe it? We're coming up to break time again, by the way.
Yep.
No, okay, so we definitely broke our particles by assigning values to them. So, what's happening then? Let's just start with something simple and just change the amount and the lifetime of the particles. Like, it's got to start somewhere and try and figure this out. And I'm trying to just think if I did the logic wrong. So if the velocity of x or velocity of y is smaller than 0.5 f, then we set an particle amount in the lifetime. I think that else can't be there. No, because what should happen if that condition doesn't ring true, it should definitely try and evaluate the... No, that's right. X and Y velocities greater or equal than 0.5 f. Because the velocity itself is a vector 2. Don't get me to the definition, and the vector 2 is usually... Oh, I think you don't care whether it's int or floats. We may need to do casting. Oh, they're floats. They're float numbers in there. So we... Yeah, this part works. We can basically go half speed by holding shift. Now I know that that works. Right. And then we check these velocity x and velocity y. Hey K-Cog, how you doing? Welcome in. Let's see here. Yes, we have a game. Start. And we have particles that... Actually, yes. I think they're behaving differently now, slightly. Nice. Doing good, doing good. Learning programming. And not just any programming, I've chosen to learn game programming, you know, which makes it all a little bit more interesting. But yeah. I know, I got a game. I got a game. Well, to be fair, right? I'm not going to say I made this entirely on my own. No, 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 no. We followed the tutorial from Godot. I just did an asset flip, right? So I made my own little shitty assets to put into it. So it's just different enough. But a lot of it was just me learning about Godot, about game programming, and well, learning some C sharp. And I wanted to play around with sprite effects, or no, sorry, with not sprite effects, with particle GPU particles. I want to see just the sort of particle emission and how that would work. Really, just for shits and giggles. Or C sharp, or C sharp all the way. Like, realistically, there is not much difference. Let me try and find a bit of code here. Right. So if you look at the GT script, it looks fairly similar to the C sharp. Well, it reads similar. I don't like this. I don't like this dollar sign thing that they do. Right. I use a different solution for that in C sharp. And I don't know, I find it difficult to wrap my head around their specific syntax because I've done C sharp for so long. And I just find it easier to read this version at all times. And then plus I'm on Linux. So you know that there's sometimes a little gremlin to deal with there, or sort of extra gremlin if you want. But yeah, we did, by the way, have a what was it? We have made a particle thing. Yeah, 2D particle systems, I think, is what we did, right? Yes, this is exactly what we did. Yeah, it's maybe a bit more dynamic and a bit easier to write for the beginner. Um, I personally like the structure and the type safety in C sharp a lot, which is why I'd rather use it. And you can literally see this throughout my entire code. And so to sort of solve this dollar name, you know, the dollar and then whatever node you're wanting to do, what I do is I do an export of that type. So like, let's say an animated sprite, and it's called animated sprite in my case. And then what I do in Godot, and that was in player, I basically just have these properties here then assigned to the node. You know, again, once you've got used to a certain language and you do things in it, it's going to be really hard to sort of change your way of thinking. I find myself actually in a position all the time where I still try and do sometimes Windows movements as per Windows rather than, you know, as per my tiling window manager or desktop manager, desktop engine, desktop environment, DE. I can English, honestly. But yes, I am actually due a break. So for those that are new to my channel, I take a break every hour on the hour, gives me a chance to stretch, rest my wrists, get fresh coffee and or whatever I need. And it is that time again. So with that, I won't be long. And remember, if you like this sort of content and you want to see more of it, give me a like, a follow, a subscribe. It's always well appreciated. And before I forget, because I did forget this morning, let me go and just quickly pin our repo in chat because you know that would be useful for anyone that maybe wants to follow along or not. So with wrong button, pin message. Thank you manually. There we go. So yes, I always publish all my source code to Codeberg, and with this is where you can find the current project. But yes, I will be back in 3 to 5, and then we will, I don't know, just have a bit more fun with this project and just me just poking and touching at Godot things and see what we can make happen, right? With that, shan't be long. See you all soon. And with that, I am back. So yes, okay, so we've done particle effects. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What else could we maybe add? Just for shits and giggles. Um, mm, this is something I need to understand in future viewports. The content of a random target by accessing. Is it though? I'm trying to figure out, and this is something I was really struggling in 3D, is changing of cameras. Because I don't even know how Godot does this in 2D or how it's being represented, because if I go at the main scene, there isn't like a camera. Like there isn't this object that we can align and say, hey, this is what I want it to look like. Good question. I think it's done with viewports. That's how I've always understood this. No, this is actually not what we're needing then. Cameras, 2D, 3D. When using a 3D camera or camera 2D, it will always display on the closest parent viewport. Camera I will display on the root viewport and it will draw mesh A. Camera B will be captured by the sub viewport. Right, okay, I understand that you can just refer from mesh B to mesh A because different viewports. One active camera per viewport, so if there is more than one, make sure that the desired one has the current property set to, or make sure current camera by calling camera make current. Um, so how would you do this? Let's have a quick maybe experimentation. I'm thinking what I would like is maybe a little map somewhere, like a mini map, showing us the entire play field. Although no, it always does that anyways, because the maximum is this. Yeah, I don't think it actually makes sense for us to change cameras in this particular case. But if I wanted to, it would be something like a viewport, sub-viewport, okay? Um, Render target, the viewport. So what, would I just link another player into that under here? Okay, so we have a different viewport, but that's a camera, that's not the actual sub viewport. Yeah, 2 seconds. How big is the player? Do we know roughly here's the transform? That seems a bit big. Where's the actual size? I would have expected that to find that here, but it's just scale. Well, okay, it doesn't. Yeah, there's no fixed size for that. That makes sense. Can we, however? No, not what I wanted. 2 seconds. I would like to see workspace repos. Got the minions, assets. I just need to see the size quickly. Details what was that? 110 by 135. I couldn't remember what I had said. 110 by 135. So if we go into main, into the sub viewport, 110 by 135. Okay. I would like you. I don't know. That's the size over. Right, we don't need that. Don't need 3D. Rendering, scaling. Hmm. Viewport container. Uh, oh. So we're doing a viewport get texture. Much to learn. There's no world that we need to attach. It's just different rendering options. There's a script that we don't care about. I may need to. Where's the container for that sub viewport container you wanted to have as well? So maybe we'll need to move the things into that like this. So we now have the sub viewport container. Okay. That actually makes sense so far. And why are you not drawing that on top? Shoot. Excuse you. This. What's going on up here? So the sub viewport container does something to the background. Ah, okay. Stretch is one thing we need. Okay. I still don't. So here's a sub viewport. Why are you fixed? Hmm. I don't see me being able to change the position in here. Ordering texture, no. There was a property up here where we could align this. Maybe that's not available for our current object. So if we go and take this entire sub-viewport container, there's the sub-viewport. Like, there's the player inside. Yeah, something like that. Oh, this changes actually the entire texture. That's not what I want. Hmm. Transparent background would be cool. I don't think this is going to work the way I imagined it. No. Not seeing anything in the viewport. That could also be a window size issue. We'll close you. You are fully saved, so what I like to do then, workspace, we just dodge the minions, and we go, oh God, yeah, this. No, not the Linux desktop, just give me the Linux release. Okay, you're still doing things. Okay. The other question I did have, can we just not launch the UI when we do that? Um, resolution position. Main path to pack to load, render thread. I don't see it. Export pack, but there's no way to actually say, hey, don't launch the editor. Because how would this be done in CI/CD? Like, how are you going to build this when you don't have a graphical context? There's nothing here. That stands out at least to me to say, hey, just don't make a window. A text driver used for font rendering, bidirectional support, and shaping. I don't think that's us either. Wait. Headless. I think this is all we needed. Yeah. Perfect. So we can do a release like that. What's up, boy? Come see me. Come see me. Oh, hello, boy. Are we applying a patch? No, I'm not playing with the ball. I know ball is life, but no. um, let me go and make a note here. Release can be done via. Let's do like so. Oh, wrong here. Controls can be done via, and then what we'll do is Linux goes like so. Windows goes like so. Windows desktop, and then that way we know how to quickly build this if we need to. Okay, cool. This is really confusing to me at the moment. This whole viewport thing and how to use it. The re-rendering of the sub-viewport happens when its viewport texture has been drawn into a frame. If visible, it would be rendered, otherwise it will not. Specifically considering the update mode. You have to draw the sub-viewport's viewport texture somewhere. This can be requested via code. New viewport texture, and then select the viewport you want to use. What am I missing here? Somewhere. New viewport texture, and then selecting the viewport you want to use. Every frame the viewport texture is cleared away with the default clear color. Let's have a look. So here's the sub viewport container. Where's this sub viewport texture that you not need me to change? How? This just changes how it's drawn. Default texture. Default texture what? Texture filter and texture repeat. Yeah, don't care about that. We're not. Yeah, I don't know. How do we make use of this? And the reason I'm just attaching a player here is literally just for anything to be displayed and follow. Um, right. I think. Let me see here. Can we grab the main script? And then what we'll do is we'll go into. Is it in process? I want to do this. Well, maybe we'll try that. We'll first need to do another export here. Oh. And it's a viewport. No, sorry, subviewport. Right, subviewport, and we'll just call it viewport. It needs to get an setter. Then let's go and rebuild quickly. And we can add that viewport. I think this is how we need to do this. And then, bless you, in processed, I guess, for now, we'll just do this here. We'll say viewport dot get, okay. Viewport sake viewport dot get texture, right? And now we need to assign that texture well to a sprite, but let me see. Sub viewport container, viewport container. Build. Choke. Viewport container, okay. So yeah, viewport container dot texture. No, yeah, dot texture is that? No, you don't have a texture to assign to. Does the viewport itself? Nope. I guess we could make a new texture somewhere. Child node, a texture 2D. It's not color rect. Texture rectangle, I guess. We'll try that. Controller displays a texture, okay. We'll call it cam 1 for now. I really truly don't know right now. But we'll need another export then. And a lot of these may actually disappear again, but I forgot, what was it? Texture rect, cam 1 we'll call it, right? With a get and a set, and then see if we can say, hey, cam 1, there's a texture and display it. Cam 1 dot texture equals text. Right. We'll probably need to. Oh, you're there. Let's just build and try it. Even if I just get something displayed up there, then I roughly have an understanding of how we're doing this. Nope. Yeah, this is a whole weird subject that I need to probably revisit and learn properly. Because if I'm being honest, I'm not quite sure why or how we're meant to like get maybe a different camera view. I feel like this is sort of the way to do it, but is it though? Probably not. Get rid of all of these. We'll return our code to a more proper state. So we have 3 exports that can go away. Then this obviously needs to go because none of that is actually happening. And I believe that is it. Rebuild and see what it comes to be like. Right, okay, everything looking good. We, like, if I build again, just for shits and giggles and play, we should have our original game essentially back. Game over, man. But yes, I like. Yeah, that's got to be a whole thing as well. Like, so basically, how to do resizing to different window sizes. Mm-hmm. God, there's a lot here. It's a lot.
Stay if you want to.
There's so much here. So much to learn here. What's with the compositor? When rendering content of a viewport, it can be configured on a world environment node where it applies to all viewports, so it can be configured on a camera 3D and apply only to the viewport using that camera. Okay. Insert additional logic into the rendering pipeline at various stages. Advanced feature requires high level understanding of the rendering pipeline to use its best to use it to its best advantage. It's almost like a shader, really. It is. It is essentially a shader. Right. Okay. Cool. Can do a lot there. There's actual shaders, compute and visual. And like, oh God, we're nowhere near ready for that. Um, we've understood animation. We've understood the asset pipeline pretty much. Audio is easy enough. Um, final data I will also be literally just C# stuff that we can do here. Like, okay, we have a resource loader, so we can get things in the background now, which is cool. Resource loader, load thread request, enemy scene path. All right, okay. Mm-hmm. But makes sense. Saving games is always gonna be something that we need to do. Persist. So what? We use groups to mark and handle objects to be saved, but other methods are certainly possible. We start by adding objects we wish to save to the persist group. We can do this through either GI or script. We can get all objects to save them and then tell them to all save with this script. And then serialization is basically the turning of random data into something that the computer can read repeatedly and return in a sensible manner. Wow, 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 wow. So basically we need to make our own little dictionary and then collection of settings, so to speak, that get saved. They're not settings, so they're literally just the game state. Almost player state. Uh, File access, that's not .NET. That comes from Godot, it's gotta be. But okay, that actually saves us having to worry about platform-specific paths and where to save, because you're just doing it under user, which you then resolve yourself to the right platform path. Okay, yeah, I can see that. Loading, very similar. Oh, pardon me. This is something I might be interested in, internationalization or localization. I-1810 and L10N. Please don't tell me this is an actual thing. God. Localizing using an Excel spreadsheet. Is it just me, or does that feel just incredibly, incredibly wrong? You're better off just using gettext then. Like the actual, this is meant for like multi-language projects. And there's software that lets you deal with those people rather than you having to do it yourself. Bless you. Don't get text tools, that's fine. And the template, okay. Mm-hmm. Let's actually look into that. That doesn't seem too complicated. But this is actually a project setting. Under localization. And then you want me to, under template generation, you want to save files with translation strings. So let's add HUD main mob and player. We'll add all of the scenes and sources and say generate. We'll call it default.plt, right? Then we should have in translations in a minute. Um, hmm, translations. Just close this for now. Let me. Default POT. Okay, there's definitely something. If it has good content, we don't know yet. Let me see here. This looks correct. Basically, what we're looking at here is this is essentially how these translations work. Let's say we have here these message IDs, right? And in the default translation, the message string would be. But then if you had a file called de for like German.pot in message string, you would then see the translated string, whereas the message ID is always going to stay the same to find the actual object. But okay, that's straightforward enough. What I'm curious about is why you're not seeing it. Let me go and recompile here, or rebuild. And let's have a look in project settings. Let's do one more time generate. Yes. And you haven't seen any translations. Why not? Then move over to creating messages from message file, PO template. Okay. Let's do 2 seconds here. So you've made your template. We have regenerated it. Okay. Let me move you over. Let's make a new window quickly. And apparently, first off, make cd locales, right? Move default pot to here, and then msg init, message init, no translator, input equals the default.pot, and the locale that we want to translate to equals d. Try that. Translations, so you're not seeing that just yet. Yeah, there's the template and there's the two translation files that we actually need to go through and do the translations for. Let me go and reopen Godot. Yes, save. I would like to just understand if this is easily done, and I think would be helpful. You're not. Can I add these two? And here's our translations. Okay. But you're not letting me edit those here, are you? I forgot about that actually. PO edit, is that a thing? Excuse you. PO edit. Okay. We may need to grab get text stuff first. Sudo pacman ss get text is installed. Then I suppose I will look for PO edit, and there it is. So sudo pacman s PO edit. Yep, do it. But I think we're going to call it good today. Like soon, like when we're nearly done here, I think with everything that I want to be doing for this video edit, let me show, let's see how this goes, okay? We have, well, I suppose I could just open the entirety of this, right? Oh, okay. Need more space, so move you here. Okay, so we have actually 3 windows open here. This is the template. I don't think we need, well, actually, yeah. What just occurs to me is I don't think I like these names. And yeah, it turns out we have way too many strings in there. None of them we need. Right. Okay. I sort of get it. Oop. Sure. Sure. Project settings. Let me just quickly regenerate the template without the built-in strings. Okay. Come on. Just waiting on Godot doing the thing. Okay. RM star.po. And then message edit, no, yes. Well, how are we actually continuing? Like, so we create the template, right? Yeah, this is how the POT file looks like. That I get. Message ID, message string pairs. It's the source string. Usually in English, the source string, but it's actually a name. Like, loading message, register a messages file as a translation and open the project setting, go to localization, translation, add, which we already have done. And how okay, let's just run that with a message edit again. Message edit even. Oh, I think I know what you're doing here. Basically, what you're saying is the English, the default, shouldn't need a translation unit. We only need translations for new languages. Let's try that. Boom. Okay, so we have that German translation. We have the original English text. Maybe I should. No, I mean this is fine. So Emacs the DE. Product ID. Okay. Oh God, my German's just left me there. Press any key. Like a press a key. Start is the same, and then this is vermeide the minions. I don't know if they have an accurate translation in German, but there we go. There is that part. Then to register, we have done that part. And I should maybe look at how we would launch this in German, I guess. 2 seconds. Is there a way to just launch the game with a language? Also something else occurs to me. So first let's save this. This is fine. Here's my quick thought before I go and finish this off. I think we can't just use it like that. I think we need to actually now say, hey, whenever we have a string somewhere, we need to actually grab that translation. There's another one here. Get ready wasn't even translated. Default as start, but didn't even see. I know why, because I didn't add main to the translation units. That's a me. Template generation add. Oh no, main CS is there. Then I truly don't know at the moment. But you know what? I think we've done enough today. We've finished off the game, right? We've dug around a little bit more in Godot and things. I think I'm gonna call it good for today. I will go and of course save. There's nothing here I want to commit because it's a mess. Why is there, by the way, so many commits? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Where's my git ignore? Git ignore. Please, for all that is good and holy, ignore the build directory. Excuse you? Yeah, that's better. 13 changes, yes. So let's git ignore to ignore build ignore build artifacts. Wait, cancel. That is cancel. Unstage all the changes. I only want git ignore committed. Commit. And then we have a whole bunch of stuff. It's just a couple of formatting changes. I don't think there's anything. Okay, there's music been added. You know what? Yeah. We're gonna commit this added particle effect for shits and giggles, and also added translation, or actually I18N internationalization, instead of spelling it all out, we just read it like that in IT. For future proofing, something like that. Boom. And then we sync those changes out, and they are now on the main branch. Fantastic. So I think it's time for us to raid out. Let me go and clean up some windows and say thank you for the entertainment, Sefa. Let us now go and see on the twitch.tv who we are going to raid out to. You know, let's go and dig down into the low numbers. We'll go with Palia. Someone playing Palia right now, why not? So Control C. Here's hoping my bot will just do the thing that I'm needing it to do. Also, I'm noticing a sound running that shouldn't be there. And yes, the raid is actually in progress. Guys, thank you so much for today. You are all amazing. Let me actually go through quickly what's been happening today. My goodness, we have got gifted subs from Vonnie. Jesus, thank you so much. We've had a hype train level 2, by the way. We're just absolutely insane. So Vonnie, who else? Yes, Heronical, thank you so much for the bitties. My username is gone. Also, thank you for the bitties. You're all amazing, guys. I think that is pretty much it. We have got everyone, guys. I will be back tomorrow. We may just want to maybe think about a new game and just try and implement it from scratch and just work our way through one problem at a time. This has been actually fun, right? I've really enjoyed this, guys. With that, peace out and see you all tomorrow. Bye.